Okay, let's go ahead and get started on this, everybody. So, welcome back to another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bear Jim, and today we're going to be continuing on in our Pega journey. We got some videos to upload and make public, and then, of course, I got Warframe later on tonight. But for those of you that are here, for the Pega videos. Obviously, you don't necessarily care too much about the other portions of the stream. That's perfectly fine. Understandable on that one. So let's go ahead and get into um, some preliminaries for what I do when it comes to Pega. So first off, um, some statements that I always make at the very beginning of these videos or these Pega streams is I am not endorsed by Pega whatsoever. Okay, they're I never really asked for permission from them. And they never like gave me their blessing or anything along those lines. I never even asked for it. So there's no like major cooperation from either of us right at this moment in time. Okay, uh, so so don't feel like I'm I'm getting some kind of like major benefit from them. Um, I'm just kind of doing this for uh, essentially for my own benefit, in that I am working towards getting my certification in the system architect. Okay, and from there, hopefully I can get a job that you know uh, well, I mean, I'm trying to find any kind of job that in software development that's willing to actually take me and keep me. um, but certifications, uh, can help because I mean that's you're essentially trying to prove that you are learning further. Um, I just have a hard time trying to focus down on some of these things. Hence the reason why I do these on stream. It allows me to kind of focus. Um, I am not an authorized training partner. And this should not be considered an instructor-led training. So if you're coming into these videos expecting me to be, some kind of Pega instructor or something along those lines, then yeah, no. Please take that out of your mind because I am a software developer trying to learn Pega himself. So I'll be having, questions much like anybody else would have questions when it comes to learning anything new. Okay. Now, if um, if you want to have instructor-led training, then I would say go for it. It does cost. It feels to me quite a lot to get instructor-led training, but if it leads to you getting a job that can pay a decent amount of money, then it would probably be worth it for you to consider doing that. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Okay. Um, so there's that. Okay. Um, so when it comes to the certifications, like I said, I'm working towards my system architect certification. There's also the business architect, and that is very similar to the system architect in that they both have the same missions at the very start. Okay. Business architect and system architect have the same two missions that you have to kind of go through. So if you're watching this and you want to go into business architect, then great, you're on the right track. Okay. I have multiple other videos on my playlist that kind of goes through these two missions so far. Okay. Now, when I'm done with these two missions, apparently I have close to 10 hours remaining, but that also includes the 2 hours, two modules there. Once I get done with these two missions, I'll go to the business architect, complete these two modules that are not in the system architect. Just bear that in mind. So if anybody wants to try to get their business architect certification, then hopefully my videos help. But it all depends on how what how you study. Okay, so hopefully I'm adding some benefit to you in watching these videos. Um, Now, uh, after those two modules are done, then we'll switch back over to the system architect again and finish off the rest of the 26 modules that are left for the system architect. So, um, yesterday we took care of um, module and quiz. So if I'm not mistaken, we are on a challenge now. Let's see. Confirming. Oh, no, we were able to complete the challenge as well. Okay, so we are on to validating data against business logic and the module and the challenge. Now, if I can get through both of them, then we'll go ahead and do so. But it all depends on how much content is there. So we just have the data validation topic, and then the module quiz, and then of course the challenge afterwards. So, okay. Looks like quite a bit of information here, so be prepared for that. Okay, so data validation. Methods of data validation. When you design a view, you add all the fields and controls that are specification and that the specification requires. You must also consider how to ensure that the data values generated by users are valid. Valid data is required so that the system can process the information without error. Some data requirements are outlined in the following table. The data must be the right type. For example, users must enter a number in a total purchase units field. The data must be restricted to possible values. For example, users can only choose a valid loan type by selecting the type from the list of options. The data must fit business logic. For example, a date of birth field must be in the past. Well, you also have to be careful of how far in the past as well. But yeah, because I mean, if they were born, you know, in the 1800s, then you'll be like, how are you still alive? So, you know, within reason, you know, check for a little bit of inconsistencies there, you know, or have some form of check in there that basically says, hey, warn the CSR that there's something wrong with this particular date of birth, for example. So to prevent processing errors, Pega platform provides field types and controls to support validation requirements. Choosing the right control may be sufficient to satisfy a validation requirement. In cases where a control or field type is insufficient to perform data validation, Pega platform provides data validation by using business logic to test fields with conditions. For example, you can use a calendar control to ensure that the data entered by users is a date, regardless of whether the format is day, month, year, or month, day, year. Depending on where you live, obviously, they change up, you know, Uh, do you typically see the day first, or do you typically see the month first? Depends on where you live. Where I currently live, it's typically regarded as month, day, year. But um, but there are other locations in the world that uses day first. So I mean, it all depends, right? Um, but you can't use a calendar control to ensure that a start date field in in an employment history form captures a date in the past. Instead, you can validate the date is in the past using business logic. Okay, so business logic data validation. To use App Studio to perform simple business logic validations that compare the value of a field against a constant value when users submit a form. You create conditions that define invalid data values so that an error message is displayed when the condition is met. If users generate a value that meets the condition for an invalid value, the system displays an error message and prevents the user from continuing the case until the issue is resolved. In the following image, click the plus icons to learn more about how to configure a validation condition to ensure users enter a value greater than 100 for enter a digit greater than 100 field. So you have an action, you have the message, you have the condition, um, so that if if they have the phrase in there, enter a digit greater than 100, and they um, you know enter in 100, um, then obviously it doesn't match with the condition. So, but you know, error message guideline. Error message should provide users with the information needed to identify and resolve the data validation error. This is, you know, um, I can't stress how much this is needed. You know, um, I mean, I know you're a programmer, so you might not necessarily care about, um, um, you just kind of want to, put a basic message in and move on with the rest of your code. I get it. I understand. But believe me, when you're like 5 years down the line or something like that, and you're trying to come on back, or maybe you're using the application for the first time and you see an error message that does not say anything to you, okay, about how, what kind of error you're receiving or why, you're gonna be wondering where, you know, what's going on, how would I resolve this issue, okay? Um, if you have something in there that says error received, please fix, or something like that. How are you going to know how to fix it? That kind of thing. So I can't stress enough how, much, just having a little bit of extra information in your error message can make a world of difference. Okay, even if it's like a simple, like, hey, you've hit error code 101 or something along those lines, or 1001 or whatever. Okay, and you have like a listing of all the errors or something like that that kind of like specifies, like, hey, this error code, gives you, is the reason, you did this wrong, so, there you go. Um, it might not necessarily be something that is necessary for like the general public, but it might be necessary for you as a programmer to see, um, um, what's going on, and what might be getting triggered. Like, for example, you send an application out to the world, right? and everybody's using it and stuff like that. But suddenly you start getting a lot of logs saying, hey, this user received this particular error number. This user received the same exact error number, error number, error number, error number, error number from different users. And now you're going to be like, okay, they hit that, where is it? And, what's triggering it? So you can kind of go to that particular section and go, okay, so they're triggering that at this particular moment in the application. You can go in and try to figure out maybe there's another way of like changing the application to allow for whatever someone's trying to use. Like maybe they're trying to do password, but you never included like um, symbols, for example. But a lot of people might want to use symbols. Okay. Obviously, you need to kind of be careful with that because that might open up potential for hacking. But um, if you do it, if you do it correctly and if you do it, wisely, um, then receiving that error, could potentially go away if you handle it properly. So don't be afraid of putting in a descriptive error message. So, okay. Validation condition configuration. To configure the validation, you create a condition that states either enter digit greater than 100 field is less than or equal to 100. So, yeah, okay. It's basically standard. And then, of course, you have the error itself. Validation at runtime. When users submit the form, the system evaluates the condition based on the value in the field. If the condition evaluates to true, meaning the value in the field is less than or equal to 100, then the message is displayed on the form. Now, when you get to this point, make sure that you test it like thoroughly, you know, because you might be seeing they might enter in something that you might not necessarily expect. So you might say like, hey, this is for digits numbers only, right? But maybe they put in some alpha characters that you don't really consider. So it might not have it might not necessarily trigger your condition at all, and therefore it might just kind of try to pass through and therefore screw up the rest of your program. Um, like they might put an A in there, and suddenly you might try to do a calculation with A later on. And while sure, you can always try to put in, some algebra or calculus into your fields and see what you can do with that. It probably wouldn't be very helpful for those that are, just looking for like, hey, what is your age? Right? If you put in like, my age is A, everybody like, uh, huh? you know, that kind of thing. So, business logic validations are often associated with processes in the case lifecycle, enabling you to validate each field instance based on distinct business logic validations. The business logic validations that define acceptable values are separate from the fields that capture data. For example, a date of birth field is validated when users enter the date on the field. The validation is not applied again when the field is used later during case processing. Multiple forms may use the same field and apply different validation conditions for each instance of the field. For example, in the HR app, HR representatives enter information in two forms, the job history form and the new hire form. In the job history form, the HR representative enters the start date of an employee who already works at the company. The HR representative must enter a date before the current date. In the new hire form, the HR representative enters the start date for an employee who has not started work. The HR representative must enter a start date after the current date. Using two business logic validations, one for each business condition, you can ensure that the correct dates are entered on each form. In the App Studio, you can validate a field of a value. You can validate the value of a field when you submit a form or when the case enters the stage. Check your knowledge with the following interaction. So, um, have a little bit of a quiz before we move on. Data validation using business logic enables you to validate a single field against multiple constant values when different values are required across the application. Wait, hold on. Data validation uses business logic. Data validation using business logic enables you to validate a single field against multiple constant values when different values are required across the application. This sentence is really kind of confusing for me, sorry. Um, Maybe a little bit of pronunciation, commas or the like might be better here. I mean, I guess that sentence is very odd, or I'm having a hard time trying to um, pick apart everything. You know, maybe a couple of commas in there might be helpful. Data validation, comma, using business logic, comma, enables you to validate a single field, comma, against multiple constant values, comma, when different values are required across the application. That's probably what I would probably do. But then again, you know, I'm not an English major, so I'm maybe I'm just having a hard time with it, but it feels like a run-on sentence. Um, okay. Validation on a form. You know what? Here, let me suggest an edit on that. The true false quiz about was a little difficult to wrap my mind around. Maybe it was due to lack of commas. Um, um, Maybe a rewrite of the sentence would be better. Sure. Um, but maybe mine just was not not working correctly to get the necessary information in the sentence itself. Still got the question right. Doesn't mean that I didn't kind of struggle with it. Able to answer it easily. There we go. All right. Which makes me wonder. Data validation. Actually, hold on. Let me. Multiple const. Yeah, there's. It's like, hey guys, if you want to use a statement that has like very, very like pinpoint, you know, um, definitions, then maybe have that up above in some form. You know, none of, you know, the entire statement here doesn't have any, was never addressed, you know, um, was never really addressed, you know, above at all. Mm. Oh, hey there, Jamal. How you doing there, bud? Welcome to the stream. How's your day been so far? Or Jamil? Probably Jamil. I don't know. I have a hard time pronouncing things, so apologies on that. Okay. You use business logic validations on a form when you cannot predict or control the value that users enter. You configure business logic validations on a form, and the validation is triggered when users submit the form. If users submit a form that contains a value that meets the condition for invalid data, the form displays an error, and the system prevents the users from continuing the case until users submit data that fails the condition. Use validation on a form when users can perform an immediate action to resolve the invalid data, such as entering a new value in a field. For example, assume a form contains a date of birth field. The field type and control cannot prevent users from entering or submitting a date that is in the future. However, you can design a business logic validation to display an error if users submit a date that is in the future. The form can be submitted once users enter a date in the past. At the center of the following image, slide the vertical line to view the step configuration to validate the date of birth field on the left and error message that is displayed in the form on the right. So here on the left, you have the, you know, condition that they are setting up here. So, um, they're saying, hey, show the error if and only if, date of birth should not be in the future. So date of birth is after today. Now, um, now here's something else that you might want to consider as well. Like, maybe, um, maybe you're trying to get the age for the user of said application, right? Like maybe you're trying to say like, hey, you have to be 13 to use this site, right? Well, what happens if they put today down, as their date of birth? Well, that's not age 13, right? So you might want to consider trying to work on that as well, you know, because, um, you know, if, sure, your date of birth might be today, but you're not hitting that age 13 mark that we need, that kind of thing, right? So, now over here, we're showing the invalid message there. So date of birth should not be in the future. Enter customer information, date of birth 4/16/2030. So obviously they're probably going to need to kind of update this multiple times in the future. um, they should probably go ahead and set this up for, you know, some like extreme number, like 3,000 or something like that. But the calendar might have a little hard time trying to do that too. It depends on the calendar control, of course. So, um, but at the same time, I mean, you should still allow for the user to enter in. Um, actually, um, if they enter in the, you should probably have some controls in there to show or to handle like user input for, is it, month, day, year, or is it, day, month, year? Try to allow for user input, type in the keyboard to handle that, but also be aware of like the changes um, in region as well. So, validation on a stage. You can also use business logic validation on a stage. Use business logic validation on a stage to ensure the application has generated the correct data and that users have entered the correct data or performed their appropriate actions before the case enters a specific stage. You can configure business logic validations on a stage in the case type data model, and the validation is triggered before the case enters the specific stage. Um, on the stage entry validation, if a data value meets the conditions for invalid data, the case cannot enter the stage, and an error message is displayed. Day, month, and year. That depends on where you live. You know, don't um, don't focus on that as the only possibility that's out there. So, when an error message is triggered on the stage validation, end users need to have an ability to update invalid data or perform an action, such as returning to a previous stage or closing the case. It is up to the developer to configure the functionality that allows users or allows end users to resolve the validation error. For example, in a mortgage application, a valid credit score must be available before the case can enter the underwriting stage. The application informs the user that the credit score is invalid, and the user is allowed to verify the credit history on file or cancel the process. Click the following image, click the plus icons to learn more, read more about the configuration validations in the case type data model. All right, so first off, reusable fields. Like validations on the step, you can configure stage entry validations for reusable fields, such as case ID and case status. Validations grid. The stage entry validations are displayed as a grid where each row is identified by a property and each column is identified by stage. The grid allows you to manage all stage and entry validations for a specific case type. Validation conditions. You build conditions for stage validations in much the same way you build conditions for step validations. You can add multiple expressions using AND or groupings to configure a condition. For example, in the mortgage application, if the credit score is less than 300 or greater than 850, the user receives an error message. Validating on multiple stages. When creating a business logic validation in the data model, you can configure a stage entry validation to apply to multiple stages. So if you're writing the credit score multiple times, which I wouldn't really understand why you would want the user to do that multiple times. You would think that you would take the value from like the one and only location that they enter it and apply it to all the rest of the fields, then that would work. Unless, of course, you're trying to find out like when, like you're trying to find like their credit score over over their lifetime, which is a little ridiculous in my mind because how would anybody know, you know, what their credit score was like 2 years ago versus what they have now? It doesn't really make that much sense to me. So, um, so be careful. You know, um, obviously this is great. Now you can put these stage entry, validations up, and you can check, multiple stages for these particular values. That's all well and good, but um, make sure that you absolutely need them too, because um, you know, you could, if you know, obviously one of the most common problems in any kind of uh, application that is made is typically human error. Okay, typically. Um, so say a person's trying to type in their credit score, but they keep on messing up the number each and every single time. Okay, like they're saying, oh hey, it's 250, no, it's 251 or 252 or something along those lines, and they're trying to put that down, even though that is, it's meant to be like their current credit score. That's going to be a problem because now you have conflicting credit scores when it should be the same one for like all the fields, right? So sometimes it might be just easier to, have the person enter it in once and then, apply that field to, any time that you might need it, later on. So, um, or even, or better yet, get the credits, have them enter in their personal information and then use that personal information to collect the data from, valid sources. Like, hey, you know, you just provided your information, social security number and so on and so forth. That's obviously, you want to make sure that you guard that as much as possible, and not save it. Hence the reason, you don't necessarily want to break any laws. So be careful with that. But um, you get that information, and then you take it to a website to get valid information back. Like, they're like maybe double checking their driver's license, checking with the state and making sure that their driver's license is indeed valid. Checking a the credit score, making sure that that's valid. There's like multiple ways um, of confirming the information, and even getting information. Like, maybe you don't even want them to enter in their credit score. Go to a website, put in their information, collect the credit score from that, and there you go. Um, that kind of thing. So, so try your best to limit how much the customer um, puts in information, because hey, customers can make mistakes. So check your knowledge with the following interaction. Which three statements about data validation is correct? The control, such as drop-down list, validates that data is restricted to a set of values. Okay, I mean, that's true, or potentially true. A validate condition, such as currency equals US dollars, validates that data meets business requirements by using business logic. Hmm. I mean, currency equals US dollars? I mean, that doesn't. Huh? You want to have that kind of set up in your application itself. So, I don't know if this is the right one, if that's correct. The field type, such as date and time, validates that data is of the correct type. Oh boy. Um, oh, okay. They're really going in on very specific language on this particular interaction. Ugh. Okay. And I have to choose three of them. Okay, so I can see that there's um some of them with um um okay, so if you look, you can see that the first here and the fifth here are pretty much the exact same thing, you know. Such as a drop-down list validates that data is restricted to a set of values. It's the exact same thing. Now, the question that you have to answer is it the control or is it the field type? This one, the field type and the business logic, such as date and time, validates that data is of the correct type. So both of those are the same, or similar. So so that has to be the correct choice. That has to be the correct choice because you can't have the business type and the business logic being the exact same thing, or at least God, I hope not. So, um, Business logic does not work for, validating the data is the correct type. I think that would be more field type. Um, and I feel the control is the proper drop-down list versus the field type. So this is what I'm going to go with. Right. When designing a view, select appropriate controls to ensure that the data is restricted to possible values. In this situation, it's appropriate to use business logic validation rather than alternative data validation method. When designing a view, select appropriate field types to ensure that data entered is of the correct type. So, bear in mind, okay, um, I looked at this a little bit, I looked at it slowly. I looked at, I analyzed all the possible answers here, okay, and I saw the fact that, there was some repetitions in here. However, when you're in the certification, they might not necessarily give you these repetitions, okay? You know, this in the fourth and the fifth here might be off by a word or two, okay? And that kind of changes up, you know, um what the sentence might be trying to go for. However, you need to remember, the field type, the validate condition, and the control, and make sure that the definition is indeed correct on there. Because, um, let's do it this way. Um, what happens when they say the control, such as date and time, validates the data is of the correct type? Now, how will you know the control, you know, which of these controls is valid? Okay, so you're going to need to make sure that you really analyze the question, understand, what they're kind of going for here. Now, um, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of struggled with this a little bit because there was a lot of information kind of packed in here. Not to say that I didn't understand what they were trying to go for, but um, just from this alone here, okay, the fact that they didn't even have, um, this statement being, duplicated anywhere above, you know, um, well, it is duplicated, but they rephrased it in a way that wasn't the same as above. Um, be be aware that you know statements like this, you know, questions like this is most likely going to be on the certification. Okay, so if they throw these kind of curveballs at you, okay, be prepared to be able to analyze them and answer them, you know, like they mentioned. Okay, um, try to help yourself out on on understanding the definitions and the like. Now, one thing that I'm kind of curious about, you have control here. Field types and controls to support validation requirements. Choosing the right control may be sufficient in satisfying the validation requirement in cases where a control or field type um, hmm. So, hmm. controls such as drop-down list validates that data is restricted to a set of values, right? But here's the thing. They didn't really go into I didn't really feel like they went directly into what these are really all about. Hmm. Field type such as data time validates that data is of the correct type. But they don't outright state that above. Wait, hold on. Validates that data meets business requirements by using business logic. Okay, so here's the thing. They're saying, data requirements and examples here, right? But they're not aligning this table up with field types, controls, or the validate condition. And I think that's where their failure is on this one. So, so I'm going to suggest an edit here. And the last question, you ask for clarification on the 3 keywords. Field type, for example. However, in the topic, it was never clearly defined. It might have been alluded to, but nothing really concrete. Would suggest maybe adding the 3 keywords to the table above so that they have a direct connection with the definitions given in the quiz itself. Okay, so this particular topic took quite a bit of time. Um, and we haven't gotten. Well, I mean, let me finish off the module quiz. I wanna at least complete um, complete the module quiz at the very least. So, given the following validation criteria, which two data sets trigger an error message? Choose two. Urgency is greater than 50, or case status contains open. Um, I mean, that would trigger because case status is equal to open. That one doesn't trigger because it's not greater than 50 and it's not open, so that one's clear. This one does trigger, and I only needed to choose two, right? So, both of those should work. Case status is not open, and it has to be greater than 50, not greater than or equal to. So, even the urgency doesn't really work here. Now, what's kind of unfortunate here is the fact that they didn't have an urgency that was over, like they didn't have like resolved and urgency is 51 or something along those lines. So that's kind of unfortunate. They should have really had an example that did that. So so both of those should be correct. Yep. So yeah, the fact that case status contains open for both of these is unfortunate. So, in a mortgage loan case type, applicants must enter data in the credit score, income, assets, liabilities, and loan amount fields. The data is submitted on the different processes and case type. The system informs applicants that based on the data they provided in the financial information stage, there are no loans available, and the case does not enter the loan stage. How would you configure the case type to form the data validation described in this scenario? Um, uh, okay, so set each field to the appropriate field type to test for valid data. I mean, that doesn't really matter all that much. Um, they can have the exact appropriate field type. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be approved for a loan, or they can see an appropriate loan for them. Like their income might be zero, for example. So, would you want to give in a loan to someone with zero income? Probably not. So, this first one doesn't really work for that. Configure business logic validation in the loan stage. Well, I mean, we don't necessarily want them to get to the loan stage. So it has to be before the loan stage. So this one doesn't really work for that. Configure business logic validation on each form. I mean, sure, you could try to do that. Um, but again, it doesn't really matter for the loan stage. You don't need that. That's not needed at all for that. Um, so this doesn't really. I mean, it can. You can still try to make it work if you really wanted to, but it's not really needed for the loan stage. So, um, set the control for each field to allow only valid data. Again, same as um, same as the first one there. It's like, sure, you can allow for valid data, but I mean, that still doesn't necessarily mean that they should be approved for the loan stage. So the fifth one should be the answer, and apparently not. Okay. Configuring stage entry data validation of configuring stage entry data validation on a financial information stage prevents the case from receiving the data needed in the validation criteria. They didn't necessarily state the entry. Okay, so most likely they want it to be probably this one. But unfortunately I can't choose the feedback. I mean, unless they want it to be that one. I mean, if they're trying to say like, hey, it has, the business logic can only be on the entry of the loan stage, then um, I guess. But I mean, can you have business logic validation like anywhere in the stage? Doesn't have to be like in the entry of the stage. It could be like after everything is completed in the stage, right? Hmm. Let me pick this one and see if I get the 100%. Okay, so given the following validation criteria triggers an error message, which data triggers the error message? Okay, so apparently we were only picking one out of the two, so um, update operator is equal to operations manager, not director, so that's perfectly fine. And because it's an and, it has to be the operations director. So this one is not an error message. Okay, so this one is, or so far we have operations director, so that matches with the um, first condition, but the case status is not equal to open. Okay, so because the case status is resolved, it's not equal to open, which is true, and it is equal to operations director. So this one is the true error message right there. Not the operations director, so we can already cancel that one out. It's false on that first condition, so we don't even need to even test the second. So we move on. This one is the operations director, um, so it passes that first check, but we see here that the case status is open. So so that makes this statement false. So that would make the entire and statement false. So this one isn't correct. So that's the correct one. Okay. So they're basically stating that that second question that I had, um, was the um, you know, okay, hold on, let me. Let me get to it again. So they're stating that this one is indeed the correct one for the loan stage. Okay, but um, so they're basically stating that the business logic validation for stage is always at the very entry of the stage. Okay. Let me go back because I wanna check out their topic on this real quick. So yes, I want to leave. Um, value of field against a constant value and okay. Validate each field instance based on distinct and the business logic validations that find acceptable value. Those used later during the case processing. Um, You can validate the value of a field when you submit a form or when the case enters a stage. You don't have to do, it doesn't have to be only when a case enters the stage. So there's a problem with that already. Um, so you can also use business logic validation on stage. Use business logic validation on stage to ensure the application has generated the correct data and the users have entered the correct data or performed the appropriate actions before the case enters a specific stage. You configure business logic validations on a stage in the case type data model. Validation is triggered before the case enters the specified stage. On a stage entry validation, if a data value meets the condition for invalid data, the case cannot enter the stage, and an error message is displayed. Okay, um, so there's two ways of handling, so when they stated, business logic validation for, the loan stage, they were talking about how it's meant for the entry of the stage and not um, like during the stage. Um, so so with that in mind, okay. Um, you know, this one is indeed the correct answer, just barely. Okay, just by a little. Okay. Now, if they had stated here, for example, that configure the business logic validation um, on the form within the financial information stage or something along those lines, then that would be true. That should be true. Okay. But they didn't state that. They said each form. So, that that doesn't work. That doesn't apply. So, um, and this one's kind of misleading a little bit because, I mean, you can still do business logic validation within the financial information, stage, and the form in the stage, but, you know, um, yeah, I don't know. So be careful, um, be careful on how really look at your answers there because obviously, um, or just try to remember business logic validation for a stage happens at the entry of said stage. Okay, so remember that for the certification exam because believe me, they will hit you with that. Okay, they will throw that curveball at you on the certification. Okay, so their wording will be quite um, confusing when it comes to the certification. So read through it carefully to make sure that you are indeed, you know, answering the questions, appropriately, completely. So I already done the quiz, so it doesn't really matter all that much. So tomorrow we're going to be continuing the, um, going on to a challenge. So be prepared for that. Obviously, I'm not going to do that right now. So, um, and then we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 more modules and challenges to kind of get through. Um, so still quite a bit of content left on this particular mission. But that's where we're going to go ahead and end it. Um, so thank you for joining me on this portion of the Pega journey. Looking through the modules, looking through the challenges. Hopefully, I helped in some small fashion or not. Um, continue working through it all there, folks, because believe me, the the certification for the system architect is not an easy one. Okay, I've taken it before. There's a lot of content that they will throw at you. A lot of the questions are going to be quite nuanced. So, um, if you're off by one word, then you're going to get that question wrong, and that one question might make or break your chance of success on the certification exam. Okay. Um, I heard of many of my particular batchmates that, did the certifications, they barely passed. Okay. Um, and some of them are quite intelligent. So the fact that um, even they were they were struggling um, with the questionnaire, with the certification exam, means you're going to need to know like every single last little tiny detail, it feels like. Okay. Make sure that you know those definitions, that you understand what they're trying to go for on that. Because once that certification hits and you're there, with the proctor trying to, is it proctor? I don't know. You're sitting down at your desk, or maybe you're at a certification, building trying to take the test there. Um, you know, uh, Either way, you're under a time limit. You have, I think it was like 60 questions or so to get through in like an hour, maybe two. And if, you go to each and every single question and, they might be hitting you with those definitions like, hey, um, what is the control? Okay. And you're going to have to be able to answer that. So, so, be try to prepare yourself as much as you can. Okay. Don't be afraid to go to like other websites to look at other questions or whatnot. Um, and prepare yourself because it is not an easy test. So, okay. That's where we're going to go ahead and end it. So, hopefully you'll join me again tomorrow as we continue our Pega journey. And thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and stop the recording right now. Okay, and for those of you that are still watching me on stream, thank you for continuing to join me on this. We are going to go ahead and switch on over to, uh, you know, basically a little bit of, um, what I've been kind of doing, um, in that I have a lot of backlog of YouTube videos that I have not made public. I have not uploaded, and um, I use this time to try to, um, get more videos out there, try to catch up on the backlog that I have, and um, get myself to a point of um, uh, getting to a point where I'm kind of caught up with all the videos that I want, you know, that I want to release, and therefore allows for me to, um, get. Come on, damn it! What the heck? Don't need that little message on. Sorry, phone. Um, it allows for me to catch up on my backlog of all these videos that I've streamed in the past. Um, and will allow for me to get to a point where I can start um, uh, do more editing than what I'm currently doing right now. Um, Ideally, it'd be nice for me to be able to go, okay, so during this time, you know, I upload, yesterday's videos to their respective playlists, right? Because obviously today's content is still, today's content, it's a little bit hard to try to edit, you know, well, first, it would be a little difficult for me to upload the videos like right now in midstream because obviously that would take, um, that might cause a problem with the stream itself. You'd be having a little bit of trouble seeing me if I'm trying to like upload videos during it. So I try not to do that. Um, and two, um, my day isn't done yet. I still have another video that I'm going to be making later on today. So, for Warframe. So, uh, you know, I don't want to, like tomorrow, if I don't upload like today's Warframe video tonight, for example, then tomorrow I'm not going to be able to really do much in terms of like getting videos out there for everybody. So, um, but I mean, when I first started this streaming YouTube journey, I tried to keep on top of that. I tried to, do my videos, upload them, release them for the next day, kind of thing. Um, that was how I started out, but I got myself behind. So, so right now I'm working on trying to um, try to catch up. I'm behind. Um, there's a lot for me to kind of do, to work on, to catch up on, and um, you know, if I can get that taken care of, um, then that would mean that the rest of the time that I have during this hour, from 3 to 4 normally, I would most likely dedicate to trying to do some form of editing. Um, Now, I really need to get into the mindset of doing editing even in my off time. I have a hard time with it. There, folks. I'm not the best with it, but I need to get on the ball on that one. Um, so I need to put more. I need to put in more, in editing to to make this into. Well, I mean, you know, as I've stated in the past, okay. Um, I've struggled in the corporate world. I can't seem to hold down a job, even though I do exactly what everybody wants me to do. It feels like I jump through hoops and I land flat on my face. It feels like sometimes. Um, so you know, and so I just have to continue getting myself back up and you know, trying to find my footing again. Um, Now, uh, ideally, right now, it means, finding myself another job and getting myself employed again, so that I can make money, I can pay my bills, that kind of thing. Um, Otherwise, I would have to make, um, well, Twitch never really took off for me, but that's okay. I mean, um, I wasn't really intending for it to either. I never, as I said before, I never really pushed for being a content creator. You know, um, I did the I did the Twitch to kind of keep myself sane. You know, allows for me to kind of speak my mind, put, play the games that I wanted to play, and um, find some like-minded individuals that are out there that you know um, that like the same kind of games and want to chat with me about them, right? Or maybe you're into programming and want to do the exact same thing. Um, you know, so you know the I want to be able to um, if this is indeed something that I have to kind of go towards, like, hey, I've my corporate journey just kept on getting hit with failure, failure, failure. Then maybe I, while still trying to get back up and stand on my 2 feet, maybe I need to kind of look at another possibility for the future. Okay, it's not exact, uh, um, you know, one one has to understand that your idea for uh, you wanting your one job to be the only job that you'll ever have might not really work out the way you wanted it to. Okay. You might need to adjust yourself to handle whatever changes might come along. And let's face it, changes will come along. Um, you know, Technology changes everything daily. You know, uh, you know, think of it this way. Okay. Um, Back in say like what is it? I would say let's say like 1970s, 1980s, right? You know, car manufacturing was still pretty much done by you know by people, right? Doing the welding, putting it, and installing everything, putting on the doors for cars and so on and so forth, right? But then computers started coming in, okay? And then they were realizing that, hey, we can do the same kind of job with, you know, um, welding on the doors, adding things into the car by robotic arms, and sometimes faster than human manufacturing. And well, all those jobs of being in a car plant, of humans putting in, making the cars themselves completely, well, a lot of those jobs are gone now. You know, they've fallen to the uh, you know computer constructions, um, you know, robotic manufacturing. So don't think that your job is going to be permanent. Okay, might not be. Okay, there are advances in technology can change how you do things, or how corporations do things. Okay, corporations will constantly be looking for new inventive ways of trying to lessen the amount of work that they need to put on an employee's shoulders. Okay, matter of fact, they'll put even more work on one person's shoulders than having two people. you know, that's been pretty much a given. Okay, corporations have been trying to find ways of cutting corners for years, decades, centuries. I mean, no matter what you look, how you look at it, okay, they will always try to find ways of trying to, make, that, greed for the owner always. Okay. It's very rare to see an owner that will actually give a damn about about, who works for them sometimes. Okay. It's very rare. It happens. I'm not saying that it's, doesn't happen. Okay. There's those few out there that, um, do give a damn. Okay. Um, but, um, but I mean, you'll, I mean, just look at, the United States, right? You have outsourcing happening almost constantly. Okay. Um, Call centers in India, for example. Okay. Now, obviously, for India, that's great. It means more people, more jobs, that can, do the work, so on and so forth. Um, they're, um, you know, they have they have jobs, right? Um, but here in the States, you know, those call centers are gone here in the States. That means a lot of people, are out of work, so they need to find another job, right? Um, and now you have people that are at work, and now you also have a little bit of a language barrier at times. Okay, I'm not saying that it's, you know, um, sometimes it's a perfect phone call with a customer service representative in India for an American, maybe there is no um, um, mistranslation. Okay. Uh, but let's face it, there have been times where um, there's people have struggled. Like if they put me in a call center and said, hey, you need to talk to people over in China or something like that, I'm gonna be like, I don't know the language. I'm gonna struggle with the Chinese language. Obviously, they wouldn't necessarily hire me for being a um, bilingual operator, or at least they shouldn't. um, but I mean, even then, even if you're bilingual, um, you'd have to know the language fairly well, especially um, if you're talking to a customer and um, they start pulling out, you know, words that you don't hear on a daily basis. Or maybe they have a dialect that you've never heard before and you aren't sure what exactly they're saying. Okay. So, but yeah, um, I mean, take for example Pega. Okay. Pega is based off of the Java language. Okay. Companies don't want to pay programmers to do these large forms or these large applications to get a job done, you know, because that takes a lot of time to go through the process of, designing, developing, and then, testing and then distribution of said program, right? If you're just using Java itself. So Pega, is something that, they tried to build to try to handle that in the sense that they're trying to make things a little bit easier in that a lot of the um, UI is already like pre-programmed. Okay, they don't necessarily need to worry. They don't necessarily need to stress too much about the UI portion of it. Well, I mean, they do, but it's already kind of pre-developed already. Okay, so all that time that could have been spent on a developer doing that is now in Pega. So, Pega is kind of like the, robotic development or robotic construction of a car. So now you're going to have programmers such as myself that are going to be like, but where's our jobs? You know, um, as artificial intelligence continues to grow, continues to be developed, um, they're going to start taking over they're going to be taking over additional work as well. You're seeing it already, in today's day and age. Those jobs are going to start disappearing. So what's going to happen to everybody if those jobs start disappearing? Are the rich are just going to keep on getting richer and the poor keep on getting poorer? Wouldn't be too surprising now, would it? Something to think about. All right. Oh, thank you for subscribing there, Jamil. I appreciate it. Matter of fact, from the looks of it, you're my 50th subscriber, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. So let's see. Let me let me actually get to work here. I haven't really been um, doing much in terms of the um, checking my current videos and seeing what's um, let's see. Wait a second. Oh, we're back on the duplicate cases. Oh no, wait. I think this is the time when I was kind of talking with the one chatter. Yeah, I think this was when I was kind of talking with the other chatter there. Or was it? I don't know. Okay. Okay, so I did go through some topics here in the module quiz. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so there we go. Module and module quiz. There we go. Okay, we're not doing a challenge. Can go ahead and clear that one out. There's that. It's on the 22nd. And everything else looks good, so now let's see. Last one is scheduled for the 3rd, so I will schedule this one for the 4th. There we go. There we go. Scheduled that. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Move that. Okay, so Dragon Age is gonna have to wait. Let's see. There. Oh, those thumbnails don't really help me out. Okay, yeah, that's Warframe. Don't really need to worry about Warframe right at the moment. Yeah, let's go ahead and upload or handle the Terraria. Let's see. What are we doing on this one? Okay. Go ahead and put this down. Okay, this was on the 22nd. Okay, everything else looks good. Scheduling that for the 15th. There we go. Got some Terraria videos kind of going back to back on this one, but at the same time, seeing that I have a lot of Warframe, World of Warships, and Dragon Age videos that I can't really upload right now, it just means that those are really the only videos that I can really upload currently. So until I can get myself caught up here. So, okay, so we got a little bit, and we don't have that much more time left, but I was able to get a few videos up and running. So that's good. Let me go ahead and try to get a couple more because you know, you know, the you know, I want to make sure that I'm trying to stay ahead of everything. So if I'm making like 2 videos 2 videos a day, you know, for Pega um, and for like the game later, you know, I'm gonna need to do at least 3, if not more, um, video uploads to stay ahead of the game, you know, to try to catch up. So, you know, I gotta. Now, thankfully, um, when I do get to the point of when I like started my like last job, then a lot of my content creation was really slowed down. Okay, I wasn't doing it on a daily basis, um, so I wasn't really stressing too much, or you know, I wasn't creating a lot of videos and like to um, so okay, that goes. Exploration. Okay. There's that. Okay, schedule that for the. We had something set for the 15th, so we want this one on the 16th of June. There we go. Scheduled. Okay, got 5 more minutes. World of Warships, okay. Okay. 28th there. Now let's see. Okay. Um, Okay. Let's see. With tornado. There we go. That's an interesting title. We didn't really own it, but whatever. Okay. Okay. This one's for the 17th. Now, hmm. I'm just trying to make sure that, I'm not Uh, One of the concerns that I have when it comes to having uh, anybody kind of join me in the voice chat is that I don't necessarily want them, I don't want to accidentally like dox them or anything along those lines. So, but I mean, I still might accidentally like display their email, and that's one of the worries that I kind of have as well. Now, obviously, some of the in-game chat is like, hey, um, or in the voice chat, it's like, hey, I warned them ahead of time that, hey, that I'm recording this, I'm putting this up on the internet. Um, I think there was like one time where I asked if someone wanted me to like remove like their username or something along those lines because I think I was trying to show I think I was showing the chat and they kind of put their username in the chat window. So it kind of displayed for everybody, I think, if I remember correctly, at one point in time. Um, and I mentioned that I would try to see about removing that, but I just can't remember, what video that was. Obviously, it was quite some time ago, but um, I can never remember like which one it was. So but then again, not a whole lot of people watch my content anyway, so it's like, for our videos is obviously, stuff that most people just don't really want to deal with. So, and I can understand that. It's hard for me, like there are some content creators out there that put their full VODs up. Um, and I do tend to enjoy like the full VODs because um, it might show me something that like um one of the things that I like about full VODs is that it might show something that I never even considered, or it might be show something that like maybe they discovered something that wasn't really um was never really shown that much prior. Or maybe they're doing it in a different fashion that might actually be better overall. Like maybe they're constructing something in a way that is very efficient, for example. Like if you're in a survival game or something like that, and you're trying to construct something, maybe the way they're constructing something is pretty efficient, right? So, so yeah. All right, I'll just go ahead and schedule this last one, and then we'll move on to Warframe. So I got a couple of videos up. Can't say that. Um, I got um, a lot set, but got one recent Terraria video going up. I got Mass Effect, and I got an old World of Warships going. Um, so I like when I'm ahead of schedule here. So that's good. I need to kind of keep up with that. Now, it might get to a point where I might want to consider like doubling up because I mean there's a lot um, um, I have a lot of content obviously to still kind of get through. I'm generating content right now, obviously. So it might be in my best interest to try to um, start releasing a couple of videos at a time, you know, like on a single day. Now, obviously, that's gonna overload anybody that wants to like watch, all my content. Which, I mean, good luck if you're trying to watch all of my content. Then, oh my God, you got your work cut out for you. But um, but yeah. Um, I mean, the fact that I do this, I've done this like, you know, not every single day, but I did. I've, tried to do this for every single day and do it for like 4 hours a day. It's like, yeah, there's a lot there. So, okay, but I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and call our upload session. We're gonna go ahead and close all that down. Which means I need to go ahead and get myself set up for Warframe. Now, if anybody wants to join me in Warframe, let me know. Um, if you need a hand in Warframe, or maybe you want to join me in, you know, whatever I'm doing, you know, then you're welcome to do so. I don't really mind all that much. Okay. So, but before we go, fully into the game here, I'm gonna go ahead and switch on over to that particular scene collection, which means that we're gonna be going onto the starting screen, and then um, um, then um, you know, 2 minutes from then, I'll start. Um, I'll go, fully live. But I just want to let everybody know that, this is a good opportunity for you to go, get yourself, something to drink, water, soda, whatever, what have you. Whatever, um, whatever interests you. Get yourself, a snack, take a bathroom break, get up and stretch, whatever, just, um, you know, just stretch out a little bit and before we do our 4 hour uh, Pega session, or not Pega session, Warframe session. Okay, so um, yeah, just wanted to kind of give everybody a heads up on that. Okay, um, so be patient. I'll be right back, and we're going to go ahead and get into Warframe in just a second. So, and be right back. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started on this, everybody. Welcome back to my 4 p.m. YouTube stream. I'm your host, Strange Bear Jim, and today we're going to be once again getting back into Warframe. Now, yesterday we did quite a bit with Blackheart, clearing some relics. I was able to get some of the um, items that I was specifically looking for. We were able to help Blackheart take care of some of the um, um, help Blackheart with some of the items that he was looking for, the Necros, and, getting some additional items for Oberon. But obviously, we're not, he wasn't like completely done with his complete, like, setup for, like he didn't have, everything from Vizara to kind of get everything that he needed. Now, I offered to help him out a little bit more in like maybe getting some like more Aya so that he can pick up some more relics for this particular Prime Resurgence for Oberon and Necros. But we'll see if he wants to join. If he doesn't, that's perfectly fine. No worries on that. I had an open invitation for him. So, now, when it comes to Anaros and Ash, I have both of those primes. Matter of fact, I think I have the majority of the other like weapons to it as well. Unfortunately, I can't really see like what everything that they're planning on giving on here. But here, let me write this down here real quick, just so just so I can see what exactly they have a set of weapons here that I should probably check and make sure that I'm already kind of set with. So for example, the Panthera, the Karst, the Carrier, and the Vectis. They're showing that there's two more, down below there, but that could be pretty much anything. And obviously there are the glyphs, the
when your life's on the line and you're staring down that raging eidolon, nothing.
The sentinels, the plates, the Sindar and Sindanas. I don't really need any of that. Like I'm not in like any like major rush for any of that. It's not something that I really I'm really like looking for. But then again, I'm not like designing my Warframes on a daily basis either, So, so I mean, if you want to design, then obviously you'll want to consider, getting, the Sandanas, um, you know, um, the glyphs, the statues, and so on and so forth. But obviously, bear in mind that some of these require the regal Aya. As you can see, these are all regal Aya purchases, which means you're gonna have to put in real world money into the game in order to pick these up. I don't have that kind of disposable income, so not gonna happen. But I mean, there might be some other things that you can get with Aya, such as these glyphs here, such as the skin. Um,
I see there's been a whole
you
lot
can pick
of
up some
valiant
additional
attempts
void
to make
traces,
frames up to the
whatever.
prime standard
You
since
know,
my
it all
time.
depends on what you want to
Bless
try
them.
to,
They did the
uh,
best they could
you know,
with what they
what you
had.
want to kind of do, what you want to kind of spend your Aya on. Okay. Um, Personally, I'd probably pick even, I'd still probably pick the relics over the others because then I can, build up my platinum. Break the relics, get the traces, get get the prime items, and then build up blueprints to sell on the market. That kind of thing. So, um, you know, that's one way of earning platinum. If anybody is like going, oh man, I really wish I had some platinum. I mean, that's one way of going about doing it. So, um, okay, so I'm gonna see, do I
In your own
have
time.
at least those four
Enjoy your
weapons that
future.
we can see that is gonna be available next week or next weekend, I should say. Um, so to be honest, let's go ahead and just go to our equipment because it's just easier. Oh, not incubator. Wrong one. Equipment, inventory. There we go. Now we have the Panthera, which I already have. So Panthera Prime already gotten, already maxed out, so we're all good there. Okay, next one is the Karst. Now I don't really remember that one very well, but okay, um, we did build it and use it to um, maximize it. Okay, so we're good there. Carrier is the companion, which we built and used. So, I can sell off the other, the non-primes,
Operator,
and I
are you
probably
enjoying
should
the
do that,
view?
to be honest. And then, of course, we have the Vectus Prime, which I've constructed and built, used, so on and so forth. So that one's also taken care of. So we don't necessarily need to worry about those four weapons. Um, so we're, um, we don't need to stress about, those. I mean, we don't need to worry about the three weapons and the companion. And I also know that, the um, the Warframes I also have as well. So I don't need to stress about those. So next week is probably going to be, or next weekend is probably not going to be anything that I'm going to worry about in terms of the resurgence. So what I plan on doing next weekend, this upcoming Saturday, is, doing the very paradox. Okay. Now, going through the quest line might take me the full stream session for Saturday to get through it all. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Depends on how much I want to kind of see everything. Okay. Um, what there. I want to try to take it all in, and it can be very difficult to do that, especially when you're like in mid combat or if you're like in a situation where it's like, hey, you have 5 minutes to complete this mission. Good luck, kind of thing. And um, I kind of have a rough time with it sometimes, especially when they're like, "Hey, we're speaking some dialogue during this very intense situation that I'm not gonna hear a single word." I've had that happen before. So there might be like some story elements that might have been said that kind of went in one ear and right out the other for me. So, um, I'm just, that just kind of happens. So, okay, we still have Nightwave,
Who have we got on the
which
line? Oh yeah,
the
I don't
week
have
is
a
gonna
line.
refresh in 36 minutes. So if I want to do all these, then I better get to it because I don't have a whole lot of time. Probably not going to be able to finish off 8 zones of Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, but I can try to do at least these 4 here. So,
That's
so
all
first
from
off,
me.
let's go ahead and see if we can interact with our let's see, genetic tools, claim imprint. There we go. Okay, hold on. First off, let me go ahead and get, pull Nugget out. Then, let's go ahead and try to see if we can put on a weapon that we haven't maxed out yet. Possible? Nope, not there. Definitely a lot of melee weapons that we haven't maxed out. But then again, I probably haven't claimed them from the foundry too, so I might need to do that as well. Right. So, let's see, primary, you're still working fine. Okay, no primaries being worked on. We'll go ahead and claim the Fierce Prime, and we will claim another melee weapon. There we go. Okay, so Furious is up here. Grab that. Upgrade. We want Hornet Strike in there. We want Prime Heater Charge in there. We got about 10 more, so let's add, oh, actually, hold on. We got polarity over there that we can kind of mess around with. So let's go with the multi-shot. There we go. Or, actually, hold on. Actually, let's switch that out. There we go. I could do, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I got a lot of mods that I could assign there. It's just, which one would, do I want to have? So we'll just put those in there. All right, and then let's see, grab these guys, upgrade, stance, take care of that, and then we have pressure point, prime reach, and not that much left in terms of capabilities. There's not a lot of polarity that we can mess around with, so we'll just add heat in there. Oh wait, actually, hold on. We got viral going on, which is cold and toxin, so I should probably boost up that. So there we go. Oh, but it's not adding to the overall toxin because I don't have both toxin and cold going on. Okay, well, let's see. Let's do Fervent Scourge, and then we'll do Vicious Frost. So we'll have our own viral in there, and now we can just kind of boost that up. So, all right. So there we go. All right. So now let's go ahead and head on down to Demos. Come on. We want to set this to friends only. We're just going to go to the Cambrian Drift, take care of those couple of missions, the couple of night waves, and kind of be done. So it was a lot easier to interact with the pet before, I felt. They changed it up, and I haven't had it. You know, I don't remember it. So, okay. So Nightwave. We need to do the obelisk. We need to mark resources, and we want to get as many of the residue as we possibly can. So, if I can do the residue and the marking at the same time, then it'll be a lot easier to kind of handle. So, so first off, we need to find one of the zones that had the residues. So far, not really seen that much, which is very interesting. There we go. Oh wait, hold on. I need to. God damn it! I don't want to. I didn't want to pull it in. I want to be able to mark it. Can I? No, it doesn't look like I can mark that. Nope. Let's see. Obviously, it's a little bit easier when you have when you're trying to like market for other people. Ooh, I don't know if that really worked. Yeah, I might need to try to go away. I might need to kind of do that in another mission, or you know, try to do it in a like a multiplayer mission, because I'm not getting the you know, trying to mark something by myself isn't really working because I got the vacuum kind of going right at the moment, so that's not really very helpful. But at least I can collect some of these. There we go.
Hey dreamers, we are up and ready to party.
I don't have a lot of time before the reset happens, so gotta try to be quick about it. Okay, don't really see any additional. I only got 12. Let's see. We got 25 minutes to take care of this. So... Oh, missed. Oh, I'm just missing one more. Can I find one more out of all this? Or am I gonna have to go out and come right back in again? That's one of the problems that I've had with, like, you know, the VOM residue in the past is that, you know, I can't seem to get, like, all 15 all in one go, so it's, you know, can be kind of frustrating. You know, that it's like, you know, oh, hey, you know, here's all these fields, and here's, you know, like 14 out of the 15 that you need. So now you're gonna have to like go out and come right back in order to get the, you know, the full amount. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like everything's gonna be switched over here in just a second anyway. So, okay. Boom. So now the residue is changed, so that's gonna be nice because now we have 15. Alright, let's get out of here. We'll go ahead and leave. I'm gonna see if I can get the interaction with Nugget on my ship, or try to figure out how to do the interaction. And then we will go on to like a quick capture mission, and then just kind of set resources and stuff like that, you know, for the other mod. So okay, so there we go. See, there used to be like a easy way to kind of go about interacting with them a lot easier than, at least it felt like there was an easier way of going about interacting with them, or at least it used to like show like an indicator, like, hey, you can interact with your pet or something along those lines, back in the day. But oh well. Okay, so that's taken care of.
The steady blade in certain hands extracts a tide of blood and pain.
I mean, I could try to do these, Elite Sanctuary Onslaught in 20 minutes. I mean, they're not that hard, so. Trying to do the help clem is typically like a solo mission for the most part. I mean, unless I had someone else with me, but typically it's like solo. You don't really get that many people wanting to do those clem missions, which I understand. So,
Yeah.
okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch over to let's see. Where is she? Titania. Oh, I did a reset on her. Okay. No wonder. And we are going to go ahead and hop into a capture mission real quick.
I will attempt to bypass this vault.
And I'm going to go ahead and mark 2 resources,
Now get out
and the capture mission
and make the lotus
for the other, for the other players, and potentially at the same time, get myself, another relic to break, for later. So.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them. Target located. Bring them in.
Let's see. There's that.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Drone module. Looks like someone's trying to do the exact same thing. There we go. Yeah. Nope, it's over here. And done.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Mission complete. The captain has been escorted to the extraction point. Well
All
done.
right. All done there. Now, go ahead and exit out. Go ahead and leave the squad. Okay.
It's that time again, dreamers.
Now we have 15 minutes to get through 8 zones. Probably not gonna happen. So, you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and ignore the rest. We're just gonna let the reset happen and we'll go from there. So let's see. What's next? What am I going to do next? Okay, so first, let's go ahead and first off, let's go ahead and let's get Mesa here. Let's pull Mesa out. I'm not necessarily going to be using Mesa directly. I'm just, wanting to use her to kind of walk around for the most part. There we go. Okay, so, I have a lot of things that I wanted to do with the incubator. There was quite a few things that I needed to do with the, genetic code template, which, I'm just gonna kind of continue building more of those. I might need another incubator core, power core there. So, oh, actually I didn't mean to build that, but oh well. Okay, so, boy. Okay, so here's the thing. I know that cavat breeding will take like 8 hours or so. So I mean, this is going to be a long process to see whether or not, I can get the Smeta cavat. Okay, so I don't necessarily want to start this right now. What I want to do, seeing that, oh wait, hold on. Let me switch on over to Wukong here real quick. Blackheart expressed interest in the genetic codes for my, or we were talking and we expressed interest in like, hey, let's swap genetic codes around because I didn't have his one crew bro and he didn't have my crew bros, so we can I can create an imprint of of Charlie here, for example. It'll take an hour and a half, which won't take that long. I'll have 2 imprints of Charlie here that I can give to Blackheart, and he can then use it to create his, a crew bureau, of that particular breed. So, and hopefully vice versa, he'll be able to hand me, the 2 imprints of the Cooper that he has. Now, obviously, I'm not going to necessarily rush him on that, I mean, if he wants to do it in his own time or off time or whatever, but it's at least something that that we can kind of do. Now, what I should probably do is mention the fact that I do have the imprint of the Shinuka Kubro, done. I need the imprint of the for Nugget. Now, can I select Nugget? Right. So, right, I can't necessarily do that. That's kind of unfortunate. And unfortunately, I can't see the exact type of nugget, but I mean, I can look it up if necessary. So, yeah, the Chesa. Okay, so, and he already has the Darza Kavat, so neither one of us is gonna get any kind of benefit on helping each other out on that. We both need the Smeta, but I mean, if I can breed the Smeta, you know, after getting the imprint from the Sanuku Kumbro that I'm working on right now, then, you know, maybe I can get 2 imprints of that one, so that makes it a little bit easier. But of course, the breeding takes 8 hours. I have 2 sets, so, but at the same time, I've also heard people talking about how, like, it would take them, like 7 tries, and they still didn't, like, get, you know, the Smeta either, so I was like, oh, geez. Hopefully that doesn't happen to me, but, you know, I don't know. Okay, so that's currently being worked on right now, so, so that's fine. We had some additional, like, weapons and the like being constructed. You know, so, although, you know, they could be completely done. Well, no, this one still has, like, you know, 2 more hours to go. So, let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's anything here that I'm, like, absolutely, like, in need of right at the moment. Hold that one. Let's see. We have the Vasto Prime, but I don't necessarily want to pull that one. I don't necessarily want to pull this one out just yet until I'm like, either one, I don't have any other secondaries to level up or to use, and 2, the Acvasto Prime, you know, once I get the link for that one, then it'll be in my best interest to get the Vasto Prime, level it up, and then get the second one going. So yeah. Now let's see. What about Warframes? Kind of wish that I could isolate the ones that I don't have, or I can kind of remove the ones that are owned, so I don't necessarily need to, you know, wish there was like a filtering system here, that's all. So what I could probably do, okay, do I have Brook done? I do not. So I still need, okay, we got the Brute Prime Systems, which I don't have owned, so we can build the Brute Prime Systems. Let's go and do that. You know, I don't have Brute Prime yet, so that's why I should really kind of focus on trying to build these. So, Caliban. I need a lot of Narmer to try to build Caliban up. I need a lot of Breath of the Eidolon, and I need a lot of the Anomaly Shards. So, so yeah, then, you know, I'm gonna need to kind of work on gathering up resources there. So, okay, I need to sell off these amber blueprints. So let me make a note of that. So, amber. Okay. Now I think I have Ember itself, yeah? Yeah, I do. Okay, so Equinox already have. I don't have the blueprint for Frost Prime, so I might consider trying to do that at some point, but we'll see. What am I missing here? Gruta Prime Systems. And I don't have the blueprint for that, so Gruta Prime Systems. I need to try to see if I can find that. Grendel I haven't really worked on at all. We have some blueprints of Haro that we need to sell, and oh my god, we have a lot of them. So this will make me a lot of money right here. But, you know, I already have Haro Prime. I need to get my reputation up before I pull. I mean, I guess I could just pull the Haro Prime systems out right now, so might as well. Children I already have, so I can sell off the Hildren blueprints. Do I have Hildren Prime? Don't think I do. I do not. So, the fact that I have one part for Hildren Prime is nice, and that I can build it, so I might as well go ahead and start that. Get that one going. Let's see, Hydroid. Don't need to worry about that. Arnaros, don't really need to worry about that. Avara, don't really need to worry about that. Cora, we need to sell off those parts. Already got Core Prime. Already got Limbo Prime. Already got Loki Prime. Okay, so we got some mag parts to sell.
system continues.
Do I have... Yeah, I do have Mag Prime, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. I definitely have Mesa Prime. Mirage Prime I have owned, as you can see. Okay, Necros Prime. Let's go ahead and get you built. So Necros Prime is going to be ready for next weekend, so that's going to be nice. Neja, okay, don't really need to worry about that. We got Nidus, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay, we got some Nova parts to sell off, so let me go and make a note of that. We got Nova Prime, so no worries there. We got some Nyx parts to sell. Got Nyx Prime. We're good there. We got some Oberon Prime, Oberon parts to sell. Now, if Blackheart doesn't get all the Oberon Prime parts before they get pulled and put back in the vault, then, you know, I have, you know, a full set of Oberon Prime, so I can give him some blueprints. Or, you know, maybe we can do a trade or something like that. So I'm not too worried about him like really struggling for Oberon Prime. Now, obviously, it'd be in kind of like, you know, it'd be kind of in like both of our best interests if he can build it using, you know, his own blueprints kind of thing. For example, you know, I could use all this to sell on the marketplace to anybody that might want it, for example. But it's not that high of a Warframe. Like it's not, and you know, I don't really see a lot of people using it very often. So not to say that it's a bad Warframe. It's just, you know, uh, just does not have a lot of damage output for the most part. So, you know, there are other better damaging Warframes out there. So good for groups, not so much solo. So, well, it is and it isn't. So, Octavia Prime we've already built, or at least I believe I've already built Octavia Prime. Yeah. Haven't done anything with Protea yet, so I need to work on Protea's parts. So, I mean, I already kind of made a note of the fact that I need to work on that. So, Revenant Prime I already have owned, so I don't need to worry about those. Rhino Prime I already have owned. Not quite sure why I have a second blueprint of Saren. Not sure what was going on there. Maybe I should just go ahead and sell Saren off. Sevagoth needs railjacks, which I haven't done yet. Okay, we can get rid of Trinity's parts. Sell those off. Got Trinity Prime, so I don't need to worry about that. Got Valkyr Prime, so I don't need to worry about that. Vauban Prime, I have not built his chassis yet, which I need a lot of Oxium for, so I need to do some Oxium grind. So So if anybody wants to join me for some Oxium resource grind, then that's you know, something that I need to do in the future. So I also need to get myself another argon crystal. Well, this one's probably gonna disappear before I can get enough Oxium, but that's something that I'm gonna need to kind of work towards. We have Wukong Prime. Now I built Zaku, so I can probably just go out and sell off all the other blueprints that I have here. So now, here's the thing that I might want to consider, which is building myself a second one to sacrifice. You know, I could do that. Or I could just kind of wait until they eventually do build, you know, make it a prime sometime in the future. But I haven't really done too much in terms of like, you know, swapping out abilities and the like. I don't necessarily know what like the meta is for that. So I haven't really messed around with that too much. So we have Zephyr Prime already done. Okay, so to be honest, there's really not that many primes that I have like, you know, full-on blueprints for that I can kind of build right at this moment. You know, Vauban Prime, I need to build a chassis. Baruch, I still need a lot of blueprints. Hildern, I still need a lot of blueprints. Ruda, I need the systems. And Frost, I need the blueprint itself. So, Ruda Prime systems. So, you know, rare part, and it's like, oof. But I mean, they're still out and about in terms of, you know, getting relics, the Axie G10, but it might be a little difficult to try to get. So, you know, and you know, get enough so that I can maybe try to radiant them to get the rare part on it as well. We also have the Frost Prime blueprint, which, you know, I have 5 of them radiant already. 4 still left unradiant, so I could try to see if I can break these 9 to try to get the Frost Prime blueprint itself. So that might be something that I might want to try to do. So let's see, actually G10 for the Gruta Prime, Oxium Resource Grind, and Frost Prime Blueprint, which is the Meso F2. So I mean, I could be doing those. Let's see. Get rid of those notes. Don't need those. Then of course there's the other Zaku. It's already been built, so I can remove that little note there. Right. I didn't mention anything in the prime, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me look at my listing of things that I kind of need to do and see if I still need to do them. So, hold on a second. Let me move things and let me kind of rearrange my screens here a little bit so that I can kind of see what exactly I'm wanting to do. Okay, so one of the things that I was looking at was the Hesphilion there, so that I could get enough to build everything that I needed to build, which I did so far. You know, I have enough for both of these blueprints right now. So I think we are good with that. We don't need that one anymore. So let me go ahead and clear that one out. The next thing on my list of things that I wanted to do was concerning this particular resource here, which it said that I needed A5 left, but let's find out here. So okay, so I was looking at both the 100 here and 100 there. So yeah, I'm missing 80 total here. Not quite sure exactly what this was for the MOA. You know, I started like purchasing all the MOA parts that I could, just to see, you know, like, hey, if I need to, if, you know, eventually I do want to build like all the different MOAs as well. If there are different MOAs, there might be different MOAs. Hold on, let me check here real quick. I guess there are like different MOAs per se, but I'm not quite sure. I mean, normally they have, normally the MOAs, you know, are like, you know, you see like the full body, but I guess they're just kind of showing like the head portion of it, not really caring about like the body portion. So, so it might be that, you know, there's 4 different types of MOAs that I could build. So, so while I might have like gotten all the like the individual parts per se, well, maybe not all of them. I think there was a couple of them that I couldn't purchase with the reputation that I had. Uh, you know, I was getting closer to that overall. But it looks like I'm still going to be needing at least about, well, I mean, um, you know, if I want to get the 80 that I need here, then I'm going to need to have, you know, 80 there, right? But I can reduce it down by 19. So that would be, I would need about 61 more resources here in order to build both of these guys. So, so you know what? I'm going to reduce this one down to 71 because I need, you know, I would need like 10 more for this core. I don't know if I actually need the core, but, you know, I'm just going to have, you know, the resources available just in case. Okay. So now another thing is the repeller systems. Now I need 2 repeller systems for the edges here, and then 2 more repeller systems. Oh wait, I already have the grav mag. What do I need the grav mag for? Hold on. Okay, apparently I don't really need it right at this moment in time. Or at least I don't have another blueprint that is requiring the grav mag. Not 100% sure what's going on there. But I mean, I need at least 2 for the other the repeller for the X is just there. So, and apparently I can purchase that from Fortuna, but I'm not quite sure what all is needed there. So we'll have to kind of look in that. Also, I need 1 more Serglass for the Trumna there to build. Which means I need more tokens from Grandmother, which I haven't completed yet. Here, let's go to Fortuna. And see if I can purchase 2 repeller systems. First things first. See what I need for those 2 repeller systems. I think I can purchase them from who is it again? Little Duck. So
if Solaris United is
let's see, browse wares. Let's see, repeller systems. I need 5,000 rep for per repeller system, and I need 2 of them in order to do that. Okay, so I need 4,000 more rep here with Little Duck in order to get the 2 repeller systems that I need. So that's gonna be a little irritating, but I mean I'll have to do what I can on that. So 5k rep each. So need 4k for getting 2. Okay.
You're cool.
So we'll see about that. I'll go ahead and put that down on my list of things that I could probably do. Get rep for Little Duck. There we go.
Sanctuary.
Resource drop chats. Oh, that's nice. That's handy. That might really work very well on the Oxium resource grind. So I might want to consider just kind of focusing on that till I get the, what, like 4,000 that I needed? Okay. But first, I mean, I have 17 hours on that, so on that boost. So it's not like I'm gonna run out of time. You know, I'm gonna run out of time on the stream before I run out of time on that booster. So. Okay, so first things first, I want to go to everybody else other than Grandmother. so that I can get a lot of the resources, or you know, that I can get a lot of the tokens. So. Father tokens are like some of the easiest tokens that you can get.
Let's keep this between us for now. Keep safe.
Don't know if I'm gonna be really getting that many tokens from like daughter, son, and
I was just dreaming
wow,
about
I got
you,
5
Ayaka.
tokens there. Nice.
About how different things would have been if you'd never come here.
You know, not sure if I'm gonna be really
I'm
getting
glad
that
you
many
wrote
tokens
me.
from the others. You know, the
Until
fact that I was
next
able to get
time.
7 right there is nice. Wasn't really expecting that.
It's the miner! Mining is good. You're a good miner, Chip.
I don't really
Keep on
need
mining.
a lot of like the mining resources right at this moment in time, or at least I don't really
You're a
remember
good
me
miner, Chip.
like needing
Keep
like a
on mining.
lot of those resources. So I prefer having the tokens right at this point. So
Be great.
because with the tokens I can trade them in with the grandmother and
I
continue.
wonder what kind of man my father will become. Now he's emerged from his corroded
You know, we can
chrysalis of
kind of
duty.
continue
I
getting the
wonder
grandmother
if we shall
tokens
let it fly for
and
now, you shiny thing.
you know, building up enough so that I can
Do you know, we're all sitting down to dinner again. They're all talking to one another. And nobody's. Do try not to get any blood in it.
there we go. See, I have 8 right now. I need 20 altogether for the
Why bothered
staring
packing all
glass
this
shard
on?
there.
Never know.
So I need 12
Very
more
well. I'll
altogether.
be here. Go on, dear.
Oh, I'm shy by 1, folks. If I can get all 3, if I can get all 4 of these, though.
Oh, magnificent.
Yep, that just cleared out the other 2. God damn it. Okay, so I can either wait, you know, 38 minutes to see if like I get like another reset and hope for some
It is going to be
more
all right,
tokens that I
promise.
can kind of
But the
trade.
work
You know,
has
something
to
that like
be
just has
done.
like the mother and father tokens. I mean, that kind of combination is fantastic. I like that, but yeah, obviously we, you know, don't have enough on like the daughter tokens, for example, here. So
Goodbye, dear. I'll see what else I can unearth for you.
we'll just go ahead and head on out for now. It's probably gonna be a while for me to get enough tokens together for the Sarah glass. So I'm not in like you know, I'm not in any like major rush on that right at this point in time, so I don't necessarily need to stress about it. But you know, I just put down that I just need 1 more, and I had, what was it, 13? Okay. I don't necessarily need to worry about Kavat codes, genetic codes right at this moment in time. Let's see. Let me look at some of these others here. So, why do I have that? Okay, so I have quite a few parts here that need scintillant. I've already built Zaku, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that.
Ordis is angry.
To be honest, I think I was just kind of getting them for the Colossus there, so you know, I don't necessarily think I really absolutely need them at this point in time. But then again, you know, I could be completely wrong too, so but I think I'm good on that. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and remove it from my, you know, things that I need to do. So let's see. Next one is ocular stem root. So we still need like 3 more for this. So okay, isoplast for normal bounties. Yep, definitely gonna be needing that. Okay, I see here I put down Oxium grind, but I don't know how much I need completely for that. So now, Warframe parts I can probably just go ahead and ignore completely. But, you know, I should, like, you know, write down how many I need for, like, all these weapons and the like. So, so let me go ahead and kind of do that here. Because, I mean, I'm going to be needing a lot of them, so better for me to kind of write this all down so that I know how much I'm most likely going to be needing. So, oh, right. I still need the Vauban Prime chassis, which is another 7,000. I think that's about it. Don't think I really need to worry about anything else per se. Like I said, I have like the majority of the prime parts already, so I don't really need to worry about that anymore. So yeah. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to be needing a grand total of 10,675 Oxium. Grand total. But, you know, I already have like 3,371. So, if I subtract these two together, that would be 7,304 that I'm going to need to grind for. That's a lot of Oxium, but, you know, maybe with the resource drop chance, you know, that will help out. So let me go ahead and put that there so I know how much I'm going to be needing. Okay, let's see, what else that I wanted to do? Breath of Eidolon, I can hold off on that. Ambassador blueprints. Corpus Proxima survival missions. Yeah, that's gonna be a little difficult. Wait, Tatsu Prime. Didn't I already build that? I think I already built that. Yeah. So I don't need the Axie T10 for the Tatsu Prime handle. So we can go ahead and clear that node out. We can clear out the Necros Prime Neuro out. And we can clear out the Kvasa Prime Buckle out. So really the only thing that I absolutely need to do is try to grind for the G10 for the Garuda Prime systems. So there's that. Okay, clear out this little note there. Don't really need that. Okay, Zaku's built, so I can clear out that one. Necros Prime is being built, so don't need that one. Okay, I have I'm looking at my other notes and like and going, okay, well, I'm just trying to clear out some little notes here real quick. Cryotic's gonna take a while, so there's no point in that. Data 9 injectors, miniature masses, and field runs are gonna take a while. Matter of fact, let's see, what about invasions? There's quite a few, actually. So I might want to consider doing that. But then again, I wouldn't really be using my, I wouldn't necessarily be using my, resource drop chance. Okay, so what we're gonna do, seeing that I need so much Oxium anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get pull Hydroid Prime out. We are going to go ahead and set up for, you know, trying to handle things long term. And then we are going to go to a, we're going to go and grind for some Oxium resources. So, if anybody wants to join me, now's the time. Let me know if that might interest you at all. So, okay, let me make sure the companion's set. Do I really want Nugget? Not really. Not with like a resource grind. So, yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Before I get too sidetracked, I still need to sell off all the, you know, the non-prime blueprints here. So Amber chassis, Amber neural optics. Don't need those. Amber systems. So there's that. We have Haro. And I think that's about it in terms of regular you know, regular blueprints for the most part. So, hey there, MJ, how you doing there, bud? Bump up your voice volume. It's a little low. Maybe moving my mic a little bit closer. How's that? Okay. Let's see. We got Hildren, which we have just a general chassis to get rid of. Doing okay? Alright, awesome. Sounds good, bud. You enjoy the lurk. Okay, so we got some Cora. Get rid of that. Yeah, I think that was the only one for Cora, so we got Mag. Mag Neuroptics, Mag Systems, Mag Chassis. And that's about it. Let's see. We got Nova. Nova Neuroptics. Nova Systems. And that's it for that one. Let's see, we got Nyx. Nyx Chassis. Nyx Neuroptics. Nyx Systems. And that is it for him. Got Oberon. Oberon Neuroptics. And that's it for him. Let's see, Cern. Not quite sure why I have an extra Cern blueprint. Oh wait, I think I know why. So I was trying to work towards building Cern directly, but someone purchased a Cern for me. So that's why I have the blueprint. You know, now I remember. Okay, Trinity. Get rid of the chassis there. And that is it for Trinity. And then, of course, we got Zaku. Now, do I want to sell all of them? Or do I want to, you know, keep some of them for, you know, an eventual, like, second Zaku to just kind of sacrifice? Might want to just kind of keep it for, you know, potential second, you know, sacrifice for later. Fair amount of money there. So there we go. Okay. Now, I forget exactly where is the best spot for Oxium Oxium farm. So let me look that up real quick. Oxium farming, Warframe. There we go. Let's see. really getting a clear answer there. I mean, I don't really want to do the bounties because that doesn't really help very much. Playing Corpus Excavation, Defense, Survival, and Defense missions can offer a decent amount of Oxium as well. The lowest killing level being Killican Venus. Okay. Keeping enemies in a loaded state in sabotage missions can bring a fair amount of Oxium, especially on low-level missions where more demanding enemies do not spawn right away. Jupiter yields about 80 Oxium and 10 waves. Okay. Avara can use Prowl on the Ospreys, potentially doubling the amount of Oxium doubled by a single unit. Interesting. Necros can desecrate Oxium Ospreys, which is good, but obviously, I would need, I'd want to have like Necros Prime in order to go about doing that. Sorties seem to have somewhat higher spawn rates for the Ospreys, but at the same time, you would have to go through those sorties too, so... Okay, let's see... Let's check out Killican Venus and see if that's going to be helpful for us. This one, huh? A spy mission? I don't know if I really want to do that. I don't really want to do infestations. Because that wouldn't necessarily allow for corpus and the like. Oh, jeez. Unfortunately, the majority of these, the good ones that actually have the resource drops are ones that are like the infested. Don't really need that. What I really would like to have is, something similar to this, like the survival with the extra drop chance, but, something that actually has the corpus to it. Let me see if I can find something similar to that. I mean, again, there's no extra drop chance there. I don't know if there's going to be anything that is, you know, that I'm able to do, you know. You know, to try to get, you know, more of a bonus. Hold on a second. Let me see something here real quick. Warframe, can you get Oxium from in? You're not answering my question here. Jupiter is your best friend. Bring slash weapons and necros. Oh, right, okay. That's for Desecrate. Cora. That's a potential there. I mean, one of the problems that I've had with Hydra is the fact that his tentacles don't really reach the flying units very well. But Cora's ability might make it a little bit easier to do. Oh. Wait, do I not have Core Prime? I thought I did. I do have Core Prime. Right. Well, I mean, I'm already maxed out Core. I might as well pull out Core Prime, right? Let me verify that I do have Cora taken care of, though, because sometimes it doesn't always want to show that, you know, that I've completed or I've mastered them sometimes, so so yeah, okay. That has been mastered there, so that's good. So let me go ahead and sacrifice core here real quick.
Disgusting.
Um,
Just would enjoy
there we go.
cleaning this room, but sadly this vile mass serves you and your war.
Okay. So I need more calyx and more oxides. So oxides. We'll do ferrite. We'll do that. That should be good enough there. Calyx. What? We'll go with that one, and then been getting a lot of the gallows rods there, but this is easier to give. So feed. Okay, now we are good. There we go. Goodbye, Cora. Thank you very much. Now, we want Core Prime. There we go. Now we time to upgrade Core Prime. Let's see. Let's see. Do I want health? Yeah, probably health. Do that. Augment Pilfering Strangledome, which don't have any mods that are associated with it, or any polarities set up for that, so that's kind of irritating, but oh well, not much I can really do about it. We want to get the Strangledome going. So we want a lot of radius and duration. I don't think there's going to be any way for me to kind of increase the drop chance more than what it's currently set at. So I probably will also need to do some efficiency. So let's see. Let's see. I really don't have any good mods for efficiency, do I? Okay. Let's see, range. I mean, I don't necessarily need to do damage per second per se. Just enough to, you know, bring, you know, to have enough range to bring everything in, and then I can just kind of try to kill them from there. So okay, so probably going to be needing a lot of health regeneration. I suspect that I'm probably going to be needing a little bit of that. Arcane Energize might be handy as well, at least for the time being. So now what I should probably do to kind of help myself out of here a little bit is send Cora to um, the to get ranked up and all. So actually, hold on. Let me go ahead and give a potato. Almost forgot about that. Right, we're good there. Let's see. There we go. And we can just put in some extra energy in there as well. I think that'll have to do for the time being. Okay, let's go ahead and get, let's try to maximize Cora's abilities here. We're gonna do the Sanctuary Onslaught. Try to get her up to level 30 real quick, and then we'll go and do some Oxium grinding. So, like I said, if anybody wants to join me for some Oxium grind, then let me know. You know, I welcome anybody that is wanting to join me on that. Okay. Apparently I was put into a multiplayer group, but was quickly kicked out. Okay, game, come on. Stop wasting my time.
Kill everything you encounter. Do not relent. The integrity of this experiment resides.
Oh, I think I forgot to set up my pet right at the moment. Oh, someone brought Saren. I forgot to set up my pet a little bit, so I need to go ahead and try to take care of that a little bit later. My pet's gonna die. Ooh, dead. Okay, well. Okay, so it goes away for a short time and I can call it back later. So I mean, it's not like completely gone, but still.
A data conduit is open. Go now.
Okay. Got my cat back. And already has a little bit of damage to him. I need to rework the, you know, the cat's abilities. It almost sounds like these guys are about ready to go and head on out at, you know, not continue on to zone 3 and 4. Which, I mean, I guess that's okay, but I mean, you know, you're also kind of like limiting yourself in terms of the, I mean, you still get some decent things here as well. All those numbers of Saren just kind of killing. Okay. There is a couple people moving on to the next one, so that's good.
Do not weep for these creatures. They are immortal. They can and have faced 1 billion deaths. You, however, do not enjoy the protections of synthesis. For you, failure has real life consequences.
I mean, it's not bad of a range, but it probably could be better. Duration could definitely be longer. So I'm gonna need to really kind of work on a lot of duration and range. Because, you know, I'm not, getting what I'm kind of looking for in terms of, you know, standard Strangle Dome that I've seen in the past, so. moving on to zone 4. Oh. Yeah, well, okay, a couple of people left. That's unfortunate. I mean, they kind of got what they wanted to get, I guess, but still. Yeah, the duration does not last very long. I wonder if I can increase the duration by... No, I can't hold down the button to try to, like, power it up at all, so... Oh, my cat died again. Okay, so it automatically spawns in. Okay, good to know. Okay, I don't need to worry about the moving on to the next location. Although it looks like they're wanting to go on to the next location. That's kind of unfortunate for them. I'm not planning on continuing, so...
The sanctuary will go on without you.
There we go. Okay, we're going to repeat the mission now. We're working on trying to get Cora up to level 30, and then we'll,
Your duty in this
Oh, I
experiment is to
forgot to,
specimens as efficiently as possible. When the time comes,
let me wait until everybody kind of loads in first. There's 3, and there's... Santos is having a hard time kind of connecting in. Nope, okay. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, I lost my cravat already. That's not great.
Come on.
Okay. Struggle dome increased by a little bit, so that's good. That's handy. Okay. Conduit materializing. Moving on.
I have opened a new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
Okay.
I will consider what I've learned from the skirmish.
There we go. Okay. There we go. Zone 2 complete. 2 more zones to go. Now, one of the nice things about the Strangle Dome is it doesn't necessarily get rid of the previous Strangle Dome either. So I can just kind of keep on spamming this over and over and over again. And like, sure, like the original one does like go away. You know, I can just kind of keep on making them, you know, have them kind of double up as well, so. I wonder. Oh, conduit materializing. Let's go out of here. There we go. I need a better chair. But yeah. I saw you guys in here. Wanted to get rid of you. Getting closer. I mean, one of the nice things about this place is that it does offer up quite a bit of Eximus, so although the Saren is definitely kind of killing off quite a bit of them, so. If I can find one more, that would be awesome. But it looks like that Saren's gonna kind of take over, or.
Hurry, Hunter! The conduit is closing fast.
Yep, don't need to worry about it. Oh well. I was kind of hoping that I could get that last like Xmas in before we ended, but ooh, so close, so close. Didn't have enough to max out Core Prime, so okay, we'll go ahead and exit out of that. We'll go ahead and close on down there. Let's see. How are we doing on the night
Now you might
waves?
be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all.
Okay, got those
Dreams.
2 done fairly early. 150 enemies with electricity, so still have to work on that. Not gonna bother with that. Not gonna bother with that. 2 more on the Xmas, so there's that. Rescue missions. Unlock 3 relics. Kill enemies. Finish a capture mission in less than 90 seconds. Oh, that's easy. Here, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me take care of this here real quick. First off, let me set that up. I mean, we just pretty much did this, like, you know, just a little bit ago, so it's not really that difficult to do. If you have, you know, if you have her, then it's really easy to do. So I don't know if I have any weapons that need leveling right at this moment in time. I mean, I should go through a lot of my weapons and kind of clear them out. But we're gonna go ahead and switch it over to friends only. We're gonna do, you know, Tepit, quick capture, and then leave. So.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them
Time
and
to fly.
capture them.
My Warframe is the hand. I am the wheel.
There we go.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point.
There it is.
Well done.
Attack us and we will counter.
There we go. Done.
Ladies and gentlemen, listeners of all ages, I present to you, walking amongst us, the once and future badass.
Alright. It's a quick way of getting yourself some easy relics, but hopefully you're looking for said relics, but yeah. Okay, let's go back to Nova. Or no. That was core that I wanted to do. Okay, forgot to give our pet friend some mods here. So, right. Now, if I do that, yeah, Link Health gives more health overall. Let's see. Loot radar, enemy radar. Doesn't have any shield, so this is kind of pointless.
Do you remember the old war, operator? Order
Does
seems to
that?
have misplaced
That
those
really doesn't
memories.
add that much, so that's kind of pointless. I mean, that's about the same, so. Could add the fetch in there, might as well. Maul. That'd probably be pretty good overall if I can do that. Let's see. Cravat ability duration. I don't know if there's really a need for ability duration for the cravat right at the moment. I could probably try to see about getting some additional damage in though. Let's see. I wonder how useful this would be overall. Let's see. Critical chance link. I don't know if I'm going to be really using that all that much. Probably want to do the Medi-Pet kit to heal. Primed Pack Leader. I mean, I don't really use melee attacks all that much, but I mean, that could still be handy to kind of keep the pet alive. Let's see. Pounce seems like a very interesting ability, but we'll hold off on that. Strikes one additional enemy, increases attack range by 0.5 meters. That seems to be a useful ability. Sharpened Claws seems like a good one. I don't know if I really want to put Scavenge on the pet here. What I'd like to do is see, do I have any kind of heat damage? No, I do not. I was wondering because there's the cold damage, you know, this one here. Another thing that I would probably like to do is try to do this bite as well. You know, add to the critical chance and critical damage overall. But let's see. I mean, Sharpened Claws would probably be pretty good overall. But that's more kind of towards like, I mean, that's it. It would be like great for Grenier, maybe not so much for everybody else. So, I think Swipe is good because I might, you know, the attack range might increase, or might increase a little bit more, and maybe it will add additional enemies as well if I increase the level on that. But I want to do the bite in there as well. So, so I do have a little bit more capacity. What I want to do is I want to add more to Maul here. So, So mods, mall, fusion. Let's see. That should do. Ooh, wow, that is costly. And yeah, I don't mind uninstalling the mod on my Kruber right at the moment. Let's see. What else do I want to work on a little bit more? What about swipe? Four additional enemies and increases attack range by 2 meters. I mean, that's not bad. Set that up. Okay, hold on. Let me check the. Okay, so I still have like 5 more points here right at the moment, so I gotta be careful. Because I don't really have that much that I can kind of do. This would just probably give more of a lifesteal bonus, so I think I'd rather do. Let's see if I can raise up this for the most part. You know, give them a little bit more of a heal rate and the like. So probably gonna drain my entire all of my credits, but heal rate, bleed out reduction. There we go. And I still got plenty more money. Awesome. But that is going to be it for in terms of capacity. Yeah.
But I wonder if there are more to be had.
Don't really have any more in terms of you know, capacity. Don't really have. Hold on. Wait a second. Can I? I've already potatoed. I can't. I guess I can't potato the cat. Makes me wonder. Am I even gonna have enough capacity to handle everything else? Because, I mean, it's currently at rank 27, and I've already kind of maxed out the entire capacity right at this moment in time. So, but I mean, if I can lower the cost of this one, for example, I could probably pay for, say, Frost Draw, for example. So there are some benefits of, you know, forming the cat. So we'll see what we do with that. Okay, so we're all done there per se. Let's go ahead and see about trying to get ourselves some more weapons here real quick. Let's see. I don't see anything that I can easily pull up from the primary, so nothing to do there. What about secondary? Okay, there's a couple secondaries that I could do. Let's go ahead and pull out this guy first. And melee. You know, pull out the non-primes. Ooh, okay. Don't have enough room here. Hold on a second. Let me Let me look at my equipment and see if I can sell some things here real quick, because I might have, you know, like I've been gathering up quite a bit of primes, obviously, as you can see, but you know, I might have some here that are like, you know, hey, I have the regular and then I have the prime version of it, so so I can probably just sell off the non-prime. So but it doesn't look like I'm seeing anything that comes close to what I was just talking about. Oh no. Oh well, okay. Oh, I can. Oh wait, hold on. Let me double check here real quick. Um, weapons used in crafting. There we go. Let's see. Supra. Nope. Okay. So I can still sell off that one. That's fine. I mean, I built these saws, but I'm really not that happy about them. You know what? There's really not that many. I really don't have that many non-primes. Well, I mean, I do, but I'm not quite sure, like, you know, what their stats are, or you know how good they are. I think I could probably sell off this one. I think this one's more of a fodder. You know, I've never heard of anybody like talking about, hey, you should keep the Staticore. That's an awesome weapon, kind of thing. Same with, you know, quite a few of these, I guess, you know, like the Cyber, the Sheev, the Sarpa. I could probably just go ahead and sell those off as well, the Phage, the Okina. So, a lot of these I probably could get rid of. Yeah, just double checking and you know the static core. So okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and sell off these two for now. Pull out. One melee. Vitrica. There we go. Okay. Zymos, get the mods in there. Let's see. What is its damage? The radial attack can do toxin damage. Okay, interesting. Keep that in mind. I'll put pathogen rounds in there right now, and then we'll do like barrel diffusion. There we go. Okay, now for melee. Let's see, which one did I pull out again? Not down there. There it is, the Vitrica. Okay. Stance, Cleaving Whirlwind. Let's see, we have Pressure Point, Primed Reach. Don't have any other kind of like status attack or anything along those lines, so let's go ahead and add in some volcanic heat. And I mean, I can put in the molten impact as well, might as well. You know, both of those can stack with each other, so although I probably could do the Shuddering Impact, that might be better overall. Yeah, let's do that. And then I have 7. So let's go Spoiled Strike. I mean, it's already kind of, it's already probably going to be doing fairly, you know, slow damage as it is anyway. Might as well slow it down even more, right? Okay. Here, I'm going to do one more round of Sanctuary Onslaught so I can max out Core Prime. And then we're going to go ahead and see about trying to do some Oxium grind. So again, if anybody wants to join me, then let me know. Okay. Yeah, my cat definitely has a lot more health to it now, so there's the Eximus. Okay. Not quite sure why the Manic there is not being hurt, or not allowing to be hurt. So that's a bit odd, but
the new data conduit. Proceed immediately.
Moving on to the next zone. Yes, we haven't hit the 40 yet, so. Ooh, ouch. I like how they, you know, they spawn in and suddenly they're just being absolutely ambushed by everything. Alright.
Enter the conduit now.
Oh. There we go. Not that many enemies in this particular neck of the woods. Let me move elsewhere. There's a lot of enemies down here. Or there's a lot of enemies that pop up down there.
is open. Go now.
One more to go. There you go. My cat's doing some work.
A new data
All right.
conduit is open. Our
We don't need to move on to the next zone.
Hunter, you are running out of time. Enter the data conduit.
There we go. All done.
Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without
Hunter. Nice strength. Awesome. Okay. So now we are going to go ahead and do some Oxium collection here. Now they were kind of suggesting it was like Jupiter and maybe do like a defense. If there is a defense rate. We'll do friends only. And we'll do defense. And we'll see how much I can do on this. See how much Oxium I can get out of you know, out of a long defense fight on this one. So
at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
These corpus remind me of the Orkin. Selfish, greedy.
Okay. This one has a little bit of a kind of a splash damage to it.
Hold the line.
Interesting. Can't remember if I get any kind of oxium from the lockers or not. I should probably go ahead and check anyway. So doesn't look like there's any there. Right, this one. Okay. Makes me feel like I really should try to get all the the resources around first before I go down. You know, because if I can get a little bit more oxium, then that'd probably be in my best interest here. Yes. Otherwise, it might take, you know, might not necessarily have another chance to kind of go and gather up resources, like in, you know, in mid combat kind of thing. So. Oh. Okay. Apparently this secondary gun is not the best in terms of overall. Oh, okay. I accidentally triggered it.
You will be
Oh no. Assassins, really? This is just not the time for it, please. Where are you guys located at? Oh, there they are. Oh, go away. Alright. The only problem with this is the fact that the range of their shots are further than what my Strangle Dome can do. Looks like I can only do 2 of them, huh? Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. I mean, the range of the Strangle Dome is pretty good, so... Oh, come on, come on. I wanted to kind of quickly throw 2 down one after another, but...
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Okay. Wait. There we go. There we go. Would be nice if I could just, you know, throw up these, you know, throw these guys around, you know, fairly quickly, but...
Let's go. That was a close one.
Seen a lot of, you know, items dropped right at this moment in time. It's like, in terms of the loot radar, and it's like, no, that's... Gotta get back up there. There we go. Oh, straight on. Okay. Okay. That's gone. There we go. I'm gonna try to get rid of as many of the canisters as I possibly can so I don't have them around the area to kind of obscure my vision for, you know, things that are actually dropped. So there we go.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
100 Oxium so far, but I mean that doesn't seem like a lot for, you know, for the couple rounds that I've already been in, but I mean, I don't know. And it's just gonna get worse too, so. Let's see. All right. There we go. Clear that one out. Put that one out. Clear that one out. Oop. Time to goodbye. Oh, got a couple of blockers there. There we go. Incoming! Okay. Looks like we're pretty clear on the items over there at the very least.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
Looks like I'm pretty much clear of items around here, so at least my loot radar isn't really being triggered at all. What are you doing? Get out of here. Alright. There we go. Okay, it looks like I've pretty much like gathered up everything. It's just now it's just a matter of one, getting more oxium, and two, getting all the oxium that I can, so get rid of that guy. Alright.
Keep fighting.
I mean, I'm doing pretty well so far. These guys aren't really, you know, damaging the, you know, the defense object all that much, so I'm not in any, like, major danger right at the moment. So my cat's doing well enough, so there we go. Let's see, how are we doing on oxygen right at the moment? I'm on 200. I mean, it's okay. Would like better. I mean, I got like thousands to do, so you know. I might need to do this again. Well, I mean, I'm definitely gonna have to do this again if I'm only getting like 200, then now it might be beneficial for me to consider doing this in with a full-on group. But I mean, they're gonna have to really kind of try to contain themselves to like within the Strangle Dome. Kit Kat's really working at it. I mean, one would think that with more players, you know, you'd have more enemies, so it might mean a little bit more Oxium overall, if so. But I probably do want to try to see if I can maybe expand the range a little bit more. So ow. You go away. Alright. I think this will be the last wave. I'm gonna go ahead and back on out. I mean, don't get me wrong, 200 isn't bad, but I mean, I already have like a drop chance booster and so you know, plus the Strangle Dome, so okay. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Let's get out of here.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Yeah, 245 is... I mean, don't get me wrong, every little bit helps, but... You know, I would love to be able to try to like maximize everything that I can. So let's see. Okay, so we have 16 capacity to kind of work with here. Let me see if I can, is there anything that I can do to extend range anymore? There's kind drift. But that's the wrong polarity. I mean, there's stretch. Already got overextended, so yeah, really, that's the only one out of the bunch that really does the range for at the moment. Okay, what about duration? Got quite a few in terms of duration. That one affects range, don't want that. That's negative duration, don't want that. Continuity I already have. Our message, but I mean, I already have. Already have a bit already, so let's try this one. Let's see, is there anything that can kind of help me in terms of just overall like extra ability at all, or no? And doesn't look like it. At least not for duration. If I try to add that in, it won't work. Same with that one. Okay, well, I mean, 253% is still a really good range for a Strangle Dome. You know, 12 meters and 25 meters of grab radius. So, I mean, that's not bad. So, maybe I can find like an Oxium farm group. Maybe that might help. Let's see. Not really seeing much in terms of Oxium. Looking for a Warframe girlfriend. Yeah, go. Just, no. Just no. Wrong kind of recruiting site there, pal. Go somewhere else. Yep. Okay, good. Don't need that language in the chat. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, come on. Okay. That's what's with the whole. Oh my gosh, some of these comments on this chat, it's like, oh Jesus. Okay. Cora, looking for um. Drop rate Warframes for Oxium Farm. Okay. Could not deliver invitation. Okay. Could not deliver invite. That's a first. There we go. That was a bit odd. Alright. So Cora looking for drop rate Warframes for Oxium Farm 24. Server's been busted for a while. I mean, it's not bug frame for a reason. So which Warframe you got for a farm? Necros? Nice. Cora, Necros, 2-4, looking for Oxium Farm. Anyone want to join? about 7,000 Axiom. So, any help would be welcome. Not finding many additional takers, though. I need like an emphasis supply. Here, let me write this down here real quick. Let's see, Cora, Necros, host slash 11.4, ICM farm. Anyone want to join? There you go. Did defense by myself. Got about 250 Oxium for 20 rounds of Corpus. It's a slow grind. Indeed. Here, you know what? Let me see if anybody online right now? Stone God. But I don't know if he has the right kind of Warframes either. Resource drop chance booster. So that's something. Well, it does. Just, you know, it gives you more of a chance for it to drop. So, you know, it doesn't boost out the amounts, but it it allows for a little bit more likelihood for it to drop. So, shall we just go with 2 randoms? All right. Let's see. You figure. I was at Io on Jupiter. Shall we run that one? Oh. Sounds good. Got about as max range as I can on
The enemy is
my
at our doorstep. You must defend
dome.
our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
But
Okay,
full
ready
strength
to blast these machines into spare parts?
to sacrifice it for the range and duration.
We are readying reinforcements. Keep fighting, Tenno.
Okay, Astro, where are you at? Come on, man.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
We fought with honor.
Too bad we couldn't get another drop Warframe.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Bad Acidor.
Let's go on the offensive.
$347, not bad, but oh god damn it. The Aximus was blocking my skill. Where are you at? There you are. And there we go.
fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Combine for a hybrid and necklace together. Chef's kiss of resources. Purchase. Blood splatter. Got someone underneath here. Where are you at? Oh, there you are. Alright. 636. Not bad. My God. Oof.
I will consider what I've learned from this skirmish.
Alright, one more round.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
I'll talk to him. Oh, jeez. Nope. Don't do that. Okay. You. Go away. Okay.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
800. Not too bad. You. Alright. Now let's see. I don't know if I have enough.
Will these help you?
Let's see. Not that one.
What are you curious about?
I do have an extra one. Oh yeah. I got a spare. And then have the rep to purchase a new one. But it's all good. Uh-oh. Dojos. Right. Sorry, bud. Um... don't know many console streamers. But you might be able to see, maybe. Let's see. Don't think he's still part of my Discord, so can't really help him out there. At least I don't remember. He came in for a little bit. But I would have to see. Let me look back on my welcome list to see. Yeah. Not there. There he is. Okay. Um. Oh, 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 oh. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Don't. Check out streamers. Confused Jedi or and fee. They might be able to help you out. Maybe. Alright. Leave dojo. There we go.
Of sacrifice. This is how we turn this system around.
I think I lost him. Hold on, let me... recently met players. Let me see if I can... Oop, okay, talk. There we go. Leaving the dojo. Kick ya. Warframe.
Operator? Ordis wonders,
Gotta love it.
what are you thinking about?
Shall we see if we can get a few others, or just try for randoms. Gotcha. Go ahead and see about a core as well. I got hydroid if needed. Just don't have a good Necros yet.
Well,
Let's see. Yeah, it'll be 2 days. Nice. Gotcha. I'll switch to hydroid. Okay. And let's see. Grab that. Grab that. Good there.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
complement, but the tentacles can cause problems grabbing. Not my setup. Our range again is maxed. Or as much as I can. They should complement each other, but grabbing the enemy could go against each other. But tentacles doesn't grab everyone. But let's see. What's the percentage on the pilfering swarm again? Let's see. But percent drop rate still pretty good for tentacles.
On this cold and lonely eve, spare a thought for
So,
rail agents and
just in case you didn't know,
one shipment at a time.
tentacles don't need to kill. Just grab. Add a debate with another player. They thought pilfering swarm needed to kill. Oh, I know. Hence the debate. Warframe. Yeah, Zeno. Oh. No worries then. Pretty much. Slash weapon is good for Necros. The Necros ability.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
For the tenor.
the enemy comes to us where the goes to okay. Where's that place?
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
try again if you want.
Warframe is strong.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Come on.
Oh.
to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Really, if you want, won't be getting much afterwards. Jesus. Best. Best. Melee. That you can get for the Zaz on Earth. damage. Done right.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Ew. Imagine it was a road across and
We fought with honor.
Alright. Go away. Oh gosh, this damn tower, man. Wait right there. Oh, come on now. Why were my shots missing on him? Oh, oh no. Play for keeps. You want to leave.
Very impressive, Tenno. Held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Yeah. For 3, myself. Pretty decent.
On this cold
Bien. Sante. Got kicked. It might have been a couple hundred more, I would imagine. Oh. You two have a good
All
night
systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
and have fun. Take care. All right. Okay, so that's where we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up there, folks. You know, got a fair amount of Oxium, so that wasn't too bad. Let's see. I'll go ahead and claim the imprint there. Now we're gonna go ahead and do the Kvat breeding, saying that that's gonna take a while anyway. Might as well get it going right now. We got Necros going right now, so that's gonna be awesome to have for next weekend. Start leveling him up as soon as possible so that I can really, you know, use his abilities to the max. You know, try to get some forma in him and all that. So, but obviously, you know, the first thing that we're really going to be working on is completing the very paradox. That's going to be the goal for next weekend, so look forward to that. And then, you know, we'll continue with you know, working on Nightwave. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of ooh, we were able to complete 2 of them. Nice. So, you know, there's still the relics that we could do Saturday. The rescue missions, not going to bother with that one. Not going to bother with that one. And obviously the dailies are going to reset. It's too bad that I didn't set myself up with electricity, but it doesn't really matter all that much. I mean, it's, you know, we're going to get to the end, most definitely. I mean, the fact that I was able to get through, what, 3 levels? 4 levels today? Just in this past hour? You know, just with all this. Or then not the past hour, past 5 hours. So yeah. And I mean, I haven't even completed the weeklies either, you know, just these 2 alone will allow for me to, you know, punch over the 10K, you know, for the 2 extra weapon slots. So, I mean, we're going to be in good shape. Now, if I can do both of them at the same time, rescue missions and the relic breaks, then I can do, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone. And normally, you can see a rescue, but obviously not right at the moment. But yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and close on down for the night there, folks. You know, did a fair amount of grinding, so that was decent. You know, have you know, we were at around 3,000. What was it again? didn't keep it. It was like 3,300 or something like that. So we got about 2,000 altogether in those last within the last hour or so, give or take. So last 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. So I mean, not too shabby. Again, probably would have been great if we had, everybody, all the best Warframes for gathering resources together. But it's all good. But that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight. Now I want everybody to go and if you're watching me right now, go check out Blackheart. He's currently playing Subnautica right now. He's probably a couple hours into it already. But go check out his channel. Also, if you need a little bit more of a check out Insomniac Gaming Theater. They do a lot of videos, tutorials, and the like concerning Warframe. They've done videos on Dark Souls and what are the game that just came out recently? God of War. They did some videos on that as well. So go check out his channel as well. So, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight. So, thank everybody for watching. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jamil and MJ, for stopping on by and chatting with me. Appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you again next time. But that's it. That's where we're gonna go ahead and call it. So, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. Until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.